seals.
Oh, God.
Nowhere to go. Yeah, it looks good for me.
Lots of critters, lots of broken glass.
Nobody living. Run that through. What's that?
You got 14.
14%?
Currently at 73 inches.
I charged mine. I was worried it was going to last.
I just brought mine in.
At work there, we got
Nope, I got one.
some jam problems like that.
I'm good.
So we made a,
He says he'll be all right.
As long as it doesn't go till 2 a.m.
like a 10-gallon
Sure, they look good.
fill it up at
Well, it's 6:30, so I call this regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council, albeit a Tuesday, February 21st. First item is approval of the agenda. Got a first by Becca.
Second.
Got a second by Angela. Any discussion on the agenda? None being heard. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We've got an agenda. Please stand, remove cover, and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 4 is informational reports. We have multiple things within that, but we'll invite Amanda up first to give an SEDC update. It's the 2022 annual report, actually, that was included in the packet. So I'll turn it over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Amanda Anglin. I am the Executive Director of the Sturgis Economic Development Corporation. Here to provide an update of our 2022 annual report. So you can see the annual report is included in the packet, and I'll just touch on a few things. It's quite large, so I'll touch on a few of the highlights. On the first page, I just want to talk about the business growth in 2022 in the Sturgis community. And we had 13 new businesses. Of those 13, 7 of them I would categorize as retail businesses. 2 are in the medical dental field. 2 are in the trades industry and 2 in professional services. So of those 13 businesses, SEDC was able to help 4 of the 13, one in which was Pain and Movement Solutions, which is a new physical therapy clinic located on Main Street just down the road. I worked with Julie for probably 4 years to help her find a location, and finally we were able to secure that space. So we welcome her to the community. Sturgis First Responder Supply is a retail store out in the Boulder Canyon Station, and I've been working with the owners of that business to help them navigate the waters of owning a new business. And then as well as Sports Adventure Fun, which is a retail business in Sturgis. We've been working closely with the owners of that business to provide technical services and things like that there, again, just like a couple of the others. So. In addition, we had that 6 for expanded retained businesses, should actually be 7. I didn't consider the bowling alley as one of those. We'll get into that later, but it's quite a large project that SEDC took on. But that I would consider as a retained business in our community because of the ownership transfer, and it's still open. So that would be the one business within that category that SEDC directly assisted last year. In the packet I do work throughout Meade County as part of our mission, so there's some statistics in there with Meade County, and that would be all of the unincorporated areas of Meade County. So you can see there's quite 148 new home permits in 2022, so our communities are growing and our county is growing as well. And then there's some data with Somerset and Box Elder and the Piedmont areas that are incorporated with Meade County. You can take a look at those. On to our projects and initiatives. Of course, we're all aware of the senior living project that we all worked together towards to get that going. That project was, I think I've heard, 20 years in the making, and it is scheduled to open in April of this year. So we were able to do a progress tour in January, and the second and third floors of that building are almost complete. The apartments are beautiful, and it's going to be a great addition to the community. So like I said, I believe April 1st is the target date for them to open. That'll be 50 units of senior living in the Sturgis community, and the hopes there is that we'll free up some single-family homes for younger families or anyone looking to move into the community. In 2022, we did quite a few workforce initiatives, that being the Job Info Pickup Day, our Workforce Opportunity Wall, and we had a grant program that we utilized through the Governor's Office of Economic Development to try and recruit employees to come from out of state to fill vacancies within our businesses. That program, we were able to give one relocation incentive, and that employee is a City of Sturgis employee, so we'll consider that a win. These programs have sunsetted, so we won't be continuing them into this year, except for the Job Info Pickup Day. That's one that we will probably continue. That seemed to be a good program, and we were able to get open positions out to job seekers that are in our community. The next project that we finished in 2022 was acquiring the Sturgis Strikers Bowling Alley. That was a partnership between the city and SEDC, and we acquired that property and business, and we have it leased out to a family in the community, and they continue to run that business, and I would say they are successfully running that business. They are doing very well. There are numerous kids that are participating in after-school bowling, to the point where they were all on one day they would come after school to bowl, and they had to split it into two because there were so many kids. Every time I go down there, that place is packed. People are there for parties, just to go out and bowl on the weekends and leagues. So that was really what we did there, I think, is a really good benefit to our community, and they continue to thrive. So continue to support them if you can, and bring your families or yourself and take up some bowling. Part of the work that I do is with the Downtown Sturgis Foundation, so we support the initiatives that organization is working on, such as the Art Walk and then the holiday giveaway, among other things. Keep going. One more. One of our big projects that we're working on is building a building in the industrial park. So we're seeing lots of businesses that want to relocate to our area, and our park is full. We have no vacant buildings, and all we have is land available to offer. So we, as an organization, decided that we were going to build a building ourselves, and it's similar to an incubator, but it won't be a true incubator in that sense. We will lease the units, hopefully to the trades industry. That project is on track for hopefully a May 1st construction date. We decided recently to hire a construction management service to help us with that project and to oversee it. We're hoping to advertise for bids here in March. Fingers crossed. Maybe we can start that project in May, but that'll be yet to be determined, but that's the plan that we're on. In addition to that project, I think I've mentioned before that we are working with two other businesses as part of these long, narrow lots in the industrial park. So what we're doing is spinning off two other businesses, hopefully. So we'll have 3 new businesses there. And then just last week, we made a proposal to another company that is looking at our industrial park. So hopefully we will see a couple more businesses in the industrial park break ground yet this year. Next up is the movie theater. That project is going very well. We are in season 3 Season 1, we had 521 people attend the movies. Season 2 was 742. And so far in Season 3, we've had 624 people. So I think we're on track to exceed the Season 2 attendance if we're basing it on people that come to the movies. As a reminder to everyone, those are free to the community. And I get a lot of good positive feedback for that program. So right now we're averaging between 30 and 50 people per movie, and it's a mix of middle school age kids to families, and there are some adults that come in and watch the movies as well, and I do see a lot of people that kind of poke their head in as I'm sitting there inquiring about what we're doing. So that says to me I need to do a better job of advertising what we're doing, but at any rate, it's a free family event for our community. And let's skip ahead. So part of, we have a regional organization called Rushmore Region Economic Development Alliance, which I'm a part of. And one of our goals is to participate in capacity building and educate people in our state, in our area. And so part of that is this Fuel the Growth class that we put together. This was the second year and we'll continue it on. And it's to educate our communities, our elected officials, our stakeholders, our board members, whomever's interested in economic development. It's a really great class. I would recommend it for anyone who wants to learn more. We will have one this year, probably about the same time in September. In addition to that, we welcomed a group of economic developers to Sturgis in November, where they learned about Main Street and how we can support our Main Street entrepreneurs. So that was exciting. They had a good time while they were here, and I think learning about some of the things that we've done on Sturgis Main Street will help benefit them in their communities as they're trying to grow and expand their business base. One of the other projects we started last year was the Small Business Basics class. We organized it last year, but it started this year. Tonight was supposed to be the third session, but we postponed that. But we do have 22 people enrolled in that class, and it varies from existing business owners to members of the community that want to learn more about starting a new business, and hopefully it'll spur an idea, and hopefully we can work with them to open up a business. But the topics are really good. That's continuing to progress forward, and we're excited to have that opportunity available for our businesses in our community. So I could talk on, but I won't. I'll keep it short. So unless there's any questions on anything that I've presented, thank you for the opportunity. And lastly, if you go to the last page, I almost forgot. Today, February 21st, is the 50th anniversary of SEDC as an organization. So it is our birthday today. So I'd like to celebrate that. And what we're going to do this year is, instead of having our typical annual meeting in March, we're going to do a celebration type party in May in the industrial park. So you have the save the date there. You should have received an email with that also. So May 23rd is the date for that. And we're going to celebrate our successes, the 50 years of an organization in the industrial park where everything started for us. That's where we came together, a group of visionary businessmen in the community. That's what they wanted to start. That was their sole focus. And so we'll take it back there and celebrate all the great things that have happened in Sturgis that we've been able to be a part of over the last 50 years. So please save that date in your calendar and join us. Otherwise, that's it. So thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
Just a quick comment that it's great to have good partners as like SEDC and in the city's quest to build communities. So thank you and congratulations on the long history.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Item 4.2 within the informational reports is also done, but this is done via computers. But we have a couple gentlemen from JE with us who was contracted by the DOT on our Junction Corridor Study. So when technology catches up here, I'll turn it over to you. And my notes here, I was trying to catch it while you guys were talking, but I believe I have Mark and Lonnie. Is that correct? So welcome. All right, super. I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Daniel, or you have any opening remarks, or do you just want us to start?
Sure. So the city did prepare a grant request with the DOT, I believe, about a year ago. And it was part of the federal program to allow planning for significant corridors. So the council authorized a study that would look at Junction Avenue all the way from Harmon to Pineview, that entire area, to see how we can enhance traffic flow as well as pedestrian and bicycle activity and safety, and then also how to try to beautify that area as well. And so in doing that, we looked through a variety of different planning and engineering consulting firms who responded to that request for proposals. JEO was selected based off of their experience. They have been the lead consultants for the Lizelle Avenue corridor study as well. And so they have a good working knowledge of Sturgis, and so they were able to work within the budget parameters to accomplish this. And so this is part of their process. They're probably about somewhere around a third of the way completed. They've done a lot of initial site assessment, as well as gathering a lot of public input and data from the property owners that are along that corridor. So this is their first public presentation. There will be many, many more opportunities for people to be involved with them and to provide input to them, so that when they come up with their recommendations for projects, it hopefully will be as beneficial to the community as possible, so that everyone is aware the projects that will ultimately result from this, which will be done in about 9 months or so when they're completed with this. They will identify several different projects as well as anticipated costs for those. Those likely all will be the requirement of the city to complete, but there's also no necessary time frame that a project will need to be completed. But instead it'll be kind of laying out a vision that to accomplish some of these tasks, here's what the city will need to budget to complete that. So with that, I would be happy to turn it over to JEO.
All right. Thanks for those opening remarks, Daniel. Are you able to see our slides?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for the chance to give you a little update on the Junction Avenue Corridor Study that Daniel did a real good job of introducing to you. Again, I'm Mark Lucha Harms with JEO Consulting Group. I am serving as the study project manager. And with me this evening also with JEO, although a traffic engineer by trade, tonight he's going to give you an update on the public involvement activities that have been conducted for the corridor study to date. First, on the right side of the slide that you're looking at is a graphic that depicts the limits of the corridor that is being studied, which is, again, Junction Avenue from Harmon Street on the north to Pineview Drive on the south. And then on the left side of the screen, you can see there in the numerized bullets, you can see the goals that were identified by the study team, namely the DOT and city staff. And those are to identify existing and future needs or deficiencies of the overall corridor, then to identify and develop solutions to address those anticipated needs and deficiencies. And ultimately, as Daniel just referred to, is to formulate a project prioritization and implementation plan. In other words, to address the deficiencies that were identified, what does the study team see as the priority goals, and what is the timeline and cost for implementing those ultimate projects? Certainly, we're using a lot of data to drive as the basis for this study, supplemented with that public input that we'll talk to you about, and then with guidance from the study advisory team. We've made a couple references to that study advisory team, or SAT, already. You can see the individuals that are formally a part of that, both from the DOT and from the City of Sturgis side of things. So it's been a great group to work with, a lot of great input that have guided us as a study team along the way, and allowed us to really understand the corridor in addition to what we already knew about the corridor, both from our involvement with the Lizelle Street corridor study that Daniel referenced, as well as ongoing on-site data collection and site reconnaissance for this specific corridor study. So at the beginning of this corridor study, as with most projects, we had a kickoff meeting, and we as a consultant study team asked the members of the SAT what they would consider to be factors that, if addressed or achieved, or perhaps if not addressed or achieved, would make this corridor study a success, or perhaps the opposite of that if some of these items were not fully realized. And as you can see on this list, there's several, I guess I call them deficiency type items that are included in this list, which no benefit to the corridor, both from a safety and an operation standpoint. But across the board, especially with the City of Sturgis members of the study advisory team, what was found to be most benefit to them is that prioritization and implementation plan that's identified on the first line of this slide under project success factors. So that will be one of the key outcomes and deliverables, if you will, that we will prepare for you as part of this corridor study. So one of the first tasks performed for the corridor study from a more of a technical standpoint was identifying the existing and anticipated future needs of the study corridor. And so we've done a lot of data collection and evaluation and looked at intersections and segment crashes. We've looked at some of the past plans and studies that have been conducted along the corridor in the area, intersection operations in terms of how well traffic is moving at certain intersections or between intersections, and also looking at future traffic volumes by forecasting some anticipated traffic growth, especially with some of the developments that are being proposed along this corridor and further south, and the impacts that future traffic will have on the project corridor, and specifically some of the intersections that comprise the corridor. And so this exercise resulted in a list that you're seeing on the screen of some of the key deficiencies that were identified and confirmed by the study advisory team. We started taking subsequent steps from a task execution standpoint. And so each of these deficiencies that you're seeing on the screen are being further evaluated as we continue in delivering this project and to identify solutions for each of them. I'll talk through each of the 8 items just very briefly to give you kind of an idea as to what each one of them might represent. So I think the first one's fairly obvious, but from intersection and corridor safety, we've reviewed the last 5 years of crash data that have been reported along the corridor and identified some of the more crash-prone locations. One example is Ballpark Road, the intersection there that we've seen a recurring of crashes. Fortunately, all of them are mostly minor in nature, but whether they're minor or they have severe injuries related to them, something that we want to try to clean up. We also talk about intersection operations. That just speaks to how much delay a motorist might be experiencing at those intersections as they're trying to make a left turn, say off of Junction Avenue or turn on to Junction Avenue from a side street. One of the intersections, in terms of a future forecast perspective, related to the development that's being proposed, will be the intersection at Anna Street. And so looking at what some solutions to that might be. Item number 3 there speaks to bicyclists and pedestrians from accessibility standpoint, whether there's proper width of sidewalk, whether there might be gaps in sidewalk. Accessibility also speaks to whether or not there's appropriate infrastructure in place to accommodate those that have more difficulty in getting around, whether they be in a wheelchair or walkers or that sort of thing. So making sure you have ramps at intersections and that sort of thing. And then also looking at the overall bike path network and trying to complete that, whether it be in conformance with the plan that you already have in place or maybe making modifications to that. Item number 4 speaks to access management and either the number of private driveways or public streets and either the frequency of those or the location with respect to one another, and seeing if there might be ways to improve that to either make it less confusing perhaps to some of the motorists, as well as to enhance safety so that there's not conflicting turning movements at some of those locations. Intersection geometry and alignment, number 5. There's a couple sets of intersections on the north, Harmon and Ballpark, and then on the south, towards the south, or closer to the interstate of Van Auker Canyon and Anna, where you got some offset T intersections, and maybe seeing if there's opportunities to combine those into a single intersection to provide some efficiencies and safer movements at those intersections. Curve deficiencies, number 6, not a big thing, but the reverse curves that are between Anna Street and I-90. Technically, those don't satisfy design criteria from a speed limit perspective, and so looking at maybe ways to improve that or enhance that. Certainly some opportunities, number 7, there, aesthetics, to beautify or provide some streetscaping enhancements to the corridor to make it a little bit more attractive and appealing, whether it be to residents or visitors. And then certainly impacts of growth. As I'll show you on this next slide, we're certainly taking into consideration some of the developments that are being proposed along the corridor or in close proximity to them, some of which are generating or have the potential to generate a pretty decent amount of traffic. And so trying to consider what the future of the corridor might be as it relates to some of this development activity that is proposed to occur. And so again, those are just some of the deficiencies and needs that have been identified. And I'll after Lonnie talks to you a little bit about the public involvement component, we'll come back and talk to you about kind of the next steps as to what we're doing with these needs and deficiencies moving forward.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about public involvement. Mark, if you want to go to the next slide. So this schedule graphic that's on your screen there really just, that graphic points to a couple of the primary inflection points of some of the PI work and stakeholder outreach that's been ongoing. Certainly there continues to be conversations and data gathering and all of that throughout the project, and that'll continue. But in terms of those primary couple rounds of engagement, really the focus of round 1, which was in December of this past year in 22, was project awareness and collecting information on existing conditions and kind of just some general commentary and outreach with the public. The focus on round 2, which is planned for this upcoming May, that's really going to be focused more at seeking feedback on potential solutions that we're going to be developing as a team. And so, as I kind of mentioned on that previous slide, that round 1 was on project awareness and collecting information on existing conditions. And so to accomplish that, we sent out a project mailer that included a brief introduction letter, had fact sheets and a comment form. And then city staff was really helpful as well. They helped push out this mailer through the Sturgis Information Publications newsletter, and about 60% of the 4,700 recipients that got that in print, the other 40% was in digital format. So I guess the other thing additionally to note is that city staff also canvassed the project area and had conversations with around 28 businesses along the corridor. And so these conversations were overall pretty positive in nature, and I guess we kind of took that as suggesting the business owners agree that there's definitely a need for improvements along the corridor, which was good to hear. So awareness of the project mailer and the comment period were also shared through a city-issued press release and posts on your social media accounts as well. In terms of public comments, so the period was advertised as November 30th to December 31st, and then the team also did collect and incorporate a small handful of comment forms that came in a week or two following that. The public basically had 2 ways to provide comments. One was by completing an online comment form, which 54 people did that. Or they could also complete a standard written comment form and submit it to city staff, which an additional 26 people engaged in that activity. So of the 80 folks who responded in total, most brought a resident perspective to that. Commuters and property owners were also common perspectives. And so they were asked to select those that were applicable to them. As far as corridor usage, 33% indicated they traveled the area daily, and an additional 46% indicated traveling it multiple times per day. So had a pretty good cross section there as well. Overall, the input we heard was generally that the team expected. I don't think we really heard anything overly surprising on the input. We also found that input was pretty consistent with technical findings to date that we're working on. The next slide there was really just focused summarizing some priorities. So on the comment forms, we did ask the public to prioritize different elements of the project. And so those elements are the text lines that you see there on the left. And then on the right, you can see how survey takers basically responded to those in terms of importance. And so the color coding there is red was not important, yellow was somewhat important, green was moderately important, and then the dark blue indicated that, hey, this is very important to me. So as far as takeaways from this that really stood out are those ones that, kind of the top 5 above that dashed line, but certainly the top couple were even higher. Those top 2 lines were planning for increased traffic, and number 2 was addressing the lack of sidewalks. And so both of those garnered very important from 50% or more of the survey takers indicating those top priorities. The next 3, which were just a little bit less, but also high, coming up just shy of that 50% mark, was kind of a next tier, and that was ensuring pedestrian facilities are accessible, planning for operational deficiencies at the intersections, and then providing designated ped and bike crossings and associated infrastructure. So each of those priorities have also been pretty regular topics of conversation in team meetings that we've had, and they seem to be pretty consistent with the findings of the existing conditions assessment work that we've done. In terms of safety concerns, we also asked the survey takers to identify any safety concerns throughout the corridor. And this, of the open-ended answers, 4 major kind of themes or topics really surfaced, and those were pedestrian and bicycle facilities. So folks mentioned about feeling unsafe for pedestrian and bicyclists due to the lack of sidewalks, maybe the proximity of sidewalks to the street, and both the traffic speeds and volume. Another one was intersection operations, comments on Anna Street intersection for left turning traffic and the number of potential vehicular conflicts. How quickly the I-90 exit 32, if you're familiar with that, as the merge lane becomes kind of a right turn lane drop only onto Anna Street. That was also a concern. And then just in general, I think inadequate traffic control was mentioned at intersections along the corridor. Item C there was the number of vehicular access points, and as Mark kind of pointed out with the, those access locations, lots of comments about turning left from or onto Junction Avenue was often difficult and uncomfortable. The number and frequency and size of access drives needs to be assessed was other comments that we heard. And the Grocery Mart driveway was commonly cited as another troublesome access point. And then lastly, quite a few comments about the Welcome to Sturgis sign. And while that's a really awesome amenity and a pretty popular element on the corridor, people, noted about the folks that are parking and walking to take photos with the sign, and maybe less than safe operations associated with that. We asked folks about, hey, what's some wanted improvements? And again, more open-ended responses and to see what we could garner there. And so of those, sort of 3 themes surfaced as well. Sidewalks, improved sidewalks throughout the study area, bike-friendly amenities such as a bike path or bike lanes. The second one was traffic operations, so better traffic control at the Anna and Junction intersection. Improved and calmed traffic flow through the corridor, support both commuters and local businesses was important, and then really gateway features and aesthetic enhancements. So again, comments about how to maybe develop an alternative Welcome to Sturgis sign photo opportunity, and also being cognizant of investment in the business corridor to kind of clean up and potentially establish also some design standards or other comments. Lastly, what do we need to keep in mind? And so when we asked the public that question, what we heard was project costs are, always important. So it's good folks are thinking about that. Sidewalks and bike path connectivity, the mention that needs vary among users. So definitely talking about accessibility, folks, I think, commented about, let's prioritize the year-round needs over just rally-based needs along the corridor as well, was important comments, while also being cognizant of the tourism draw and that element as well. And then finally, technical considerations, traffic management, access to businesses, and impacts of the water park were other things that folks said, hey, let's keep those items in mind as well. And I think that's it for the brief summary on public involvement. So Mark, I'll let you touch on the schedule.
All right. Well, as we will wrap up, you'll see from this schedule, and maybe to a little bit of Daniel's surprise or pleasure, that we're actually a little bit more than halfway done through the study, and actually scheduled to be done around the end of July is what our goal as a study team is for this project. And as you'll see on the following slide, you'll see kind of the key tasks that are remaining from a technical standpoint. Right now we're in the concept development stage, so those deficiencies and needs that we flashed on the screen earlier, we're identifying solutions and developing kind of pretty pictures to illustrate concepts to address those deficiencies and needs. And then item 1B there again is that project prioritization and implementation plan that we talked about before. And again, that would be kind of the big takeaway or conclusions, if you will, for the final report that we'll be generating for this project. Our next meeting with the study advisory team is will probably be coming fast, but April in a couple months. And the primary intent of that meeting will be to present some draft materials to them that are related to that second round of community engagement activities that Lonnie spoke to, and a few more specifics or details about that. So right now we have a public meeting open house scheduled for Tuesday, May 23rd at the community center from 5 to 7. For those folks that did have a chance to visit some of those similar type meetings for the Lizelle Street corridor, it's kind of come and go as you please. There's not a specific presentation that we will be making, but we'll have a series of display material and handouts and comment sheets for folks to fill out. And between that time of 5 and 7, they can come and go as they want, stay as long as they want, come as early, stay as late, whatever the case may be. So we invite folks to come out and give us some feedback to some of the solutions that we'll be generating here forthcoming. And then roughly a week later, the following Wednesday, I think it's maybe your first or one of the first Music on Main events. City staff is going to take or keep some of the display materials that we will have prepared and present at the public meeting and have those at a pop-up booth associated with the Music on Main event for some additional folks or repeat participants to maybe ask some questions or find out more about the project. And again, most important to us is provide some additional comment to us as to some of those concepts that we've presented. And so that gets us to the end. Appreciate you listening to a couple of long-winded guys speak to you on this corridor study that's been a lot of fun for us. Learn a lot more about Sturgis and specifically the Junction Avenue corridor. And I guess we're willing to stick around as long as you'll have us and have any questions for us. So if there are any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them at this time.
Any questions from council at this point? We appreciate the update and the hard work that's put in and look forward to future work that's being done. So,
yeah, absolutely. If there's any other questions that come up, after tonight, certainly Daniel has our contact information. We'll be happy to respond to any questions that might come down the road. So, yeah, appreciate the time this evening. And if you have nothing else for you, we'll probably sign off.
well, thanks, Mark, and thanks, Lonnie.
Yeah, thank you. Take care, everybody. Have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Also included within the informational reports are the November 22 and the December 22 minutes from MUB. So those are included in the packet. Item 6 is announcements and praise. I'd like to take a moment and pray if you'd like to join me. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the ability to come together as a community and meet. We thank you for the ability to pray to you. We know the gifts are from you. We are overblessed in everything that we have. We are all broken and don't truly get what we deserve. The gift of grace is so much appreciated, and through faith in Jesus Christ we are saved. In his name I pray. Amen. We have a written announcements and praise also. 5.1, this is a check presentation from a recent event that raised some money for the animal shelter. I think we have some people here that have a big check. Rochelle and Amanda have that. And I thought I saw, I saw Laura here, so she gets to come up and join us. Big check or big number? Big check.
Good.
And a lot, and it all helps, so. Yeah.
I thought you wanted me to come up.
You got Mike, you said?
Oh, not a bad idea.
No portable. Rochelle, talk up there.
Oh, I'm loud enough.
You gotta get it for the record.
Right now?
Okay, so this year we held the third annual Challenge for Charity Gala. It is a local nonprofit that we created, like I said, 3 years ago to bring funds to other nonprofits and organizations that might need some help. And this year people voted last year for the animal shelter, and so the funds this year will go to the Sturgis Animal Shelter, and and we raised this year $6,500.
Now the microphone's working. Awesome job, you guys. Appreciate that. Any other announcements and praise to add from council tonight? None being heard. Item 6 is mayor's update. This is a opportunity where we rotate between staff and council members to bring something forward, to update the public on either current events or planned future developments. What I want to take a moment is to explain here further down in this agenda. I want to just explain the decorum and the process which will happen as we move to items within the reports. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and I appreciate everybody being here tonight and welcome input. But as the city moves forward in the current transition state with Mr. Ainsley moving on to a different job, I thought it was important that we define what we are going out to hire as a chief executive officer for the city of Sturgis. We've been operating very well, and our town's improved tremendously over time. I think a lot of that has to do with the combination of staff and council. But as we do take public input, and I welcome public input, I do request that we stay within about 3 minutes time for everybody. Please don't repeat other people. Time is important. We want to be efficient, so as the point's made, please come up with a different point when it's your turn. But we do welcome input on these future parts of the agenda. As that discussion develops, we are going to have a brief recess. The city attorney will put together a resolution which the city council can then consider after the recess for action if they so desire. So we'll revisit that again as we get closer, but again, public input is welcomed. We encourage the public to be involved in the process. That's how the city of Sturgis operates. But again, please be considerate of everybody's time, and please make new points and stay within your time frame. Item 7 is city manager's report. Daniel's got a few things here, so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Ainsley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The first item is the sales tax report that is included within the packet. Amanda already stole our thunder with that, so we should have planned that out a little bit better. But for the general 2% sales tax in the month of December is 0.4% higher than December of 21, but for the entire sales of 22, it was 3% higher than the same time period In 21, that did generate a surplus in the general fund of about $79,000. Just so everyone knows, in 21, it was an increase of, I think it was about 7.5%. So the fact that 21 had such a significant increase, and not only were we able to keep that, but we were able to build upon that, that truly was a success. And so that's good to see that through continued business growth, as well as some measured population growth and also growth in tourism, our businesses continue to thrive in our community. And then lastly, in the additional 1% sales tax, that is the triple B, that is for tourism-related sales. In the month of December, they were 2.5% lower than December of 21. After talking with several businesses, that 2 weeks when it was below zero, it turns out that that has an effect, that a lot of people don't want to go out during that time. And I see some of the business owners here that are looking back on those 2 weeks and glad those 2 weeks are over. But sales for all of 22 were 1.9% higher than in 21. And again, 21 was a substantial increase in tourism. If you look here, total percentage increase in 21 was over 25%. So the fact that in 22 we were able to keep that 25, actually higher than 25% increase, and actually able to build upon that was really something else. So if you look over the past 2 years, our growth in tourism-related sales have exceeded almost every community in the state of South Dakota. So that was some good news from the additional exposure that our community received from COVID. It turned out that it invited more people to come to Sturgis, and they continue to come. So if there are any other questions on the sales tax? If not, I'll move on to the key performance indicator report for January of 23. That report is included in here. When you look at it, if anyone does look at the actual report, it's not a typo that on a lot of the graphs you don't necessarily see a line. That's because the graphing program actually won't work until there's 2 months included. So the charts really are more beneficial unless it's the bar graphs. But looking at the line charts, you can just see that it doesn't quite work until you get to 2 months. But overall, it was a very busy month at the community center, at the liquor store. Pretty much everyone in our town was quite busy. And other than that, we do have a new full-time parks employee, Michelle, who began working for us last week, and a previous resident of Sturgis that moved back into town. So that's wonderful that we can welcome her back to our community. And then also Judd Crowser in our Public Works Department will be switching over to fulfill the building maintenance superintendent position. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Item 8 is consent calendar. We have 8.1 through 8.6 tonight. It's minutes, setting a couple public hearings, and then also some plats that we've already approved once, but we have to get the correct information in and get it back to the county. So does council wish to remove any of the items 8.1 through 8.6 and discuss individually? How about public input? Wish to remove any of those consent calendar items? None being heard, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda, please.
We got a first to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We got a second. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. Please note unanimous for the roll call on the minutes. Item 9 is approval of the claims. Any questions, comments, concerns on the claims?
Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of claims on there that reference fraud charges. Can somebody define those a little bit? I think there's 15 different.
We believed, I think there were 4 charges that was on an employee's credit card charge, and so we are proceeding with challenging those to get those reimbursed, but we still have to make the payment, but we are challenging those.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this meeting's claims from the public or from council? No further discussion. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
We got a first.
Second.
We got a second by Aaron. Any last discussion on the claims? Kevin was first, Aaron was second. Yep. Any last discussion? We're paying bills, so we'll go ahead and roll call. Becca, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Angela?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Yes. Kevin?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And Preston?
Yes.
Bills are paid. Public hearings 10.1 is consideration to approve an SEL for the Knuckle. This is at the auditorium for the Ducks Unlimited banquet. All appropriate paperwork was included within the packet. Insurance, timely on getting it all to the finance office. Any questions, comments, concerns from public or from the council on this public hearing of a special event license? Is there a motion on this special event license?
Mr. Mayor, I'd move to approve.
We got a first by Mike,
Second.
second by Becca. Any last discussion, public or council? None being heard. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries for the approval of the SEL. Item 11 is reports. 11.1 is a consider resolution 2023-16. This is a voluntary annexation of Foothills Community Church. Mr. Ainsley, I'll turn to you for the staff report, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just so everyone is aware, this is a completely voluntary annexation. Foothills Community Church would like to annex into the community. They would like to make use of city utilities, which are readily available now with the completion of some of our upgrades there. And so they would like to be able to tap into our existing water infrastructure that has been included in there. It is, however, a tax exempt property, and so there's no change on the property taxes that would be received. However, it is another utility customer, and we would be able to provide them the services that they would like.
I was going to make the comment with our boilerplate approach on things. It stated within the report that the sales tax would be improved, but I don't think there's many sales going on. So,
You never know. Those bazaars sometimes are huge.
but without a doubt, more utilities and just our community growing. So, any questions for Daniel from council on this resolution for voluntary annexation? How about public questions, comments, concerns? Mr. Schwartz, you have anything to add? You're going to have to come up if you get a talk. We have to put you on the microphone.
Anyway, my name's Lowell Schwartz, and I'm a deacon on the board for Foothills Community Church. We've been at church in the community since 1995. And when I say community, I'm talking about the county and Sturgis, obviously. We have been blessed with a brand new facility as of 2 years ago. And in addition to that, we've acquired some land so that we have now approximately 5 acres. So we've really lately have experienced a tremendous growth in our church too, which is awesome. Lots of young couples with lots of kids. So that's healthy and that's awesome. So we would really appreciate it, especially from the standpoint of the water situation. The water from that we have now through the well at the Bestian addition, it's not recommended to use it for infant formula because there's a lot of nitrates in it. It doesn't hurt adults and stuff, but so that was another reason that we would really like to be part of the city. I think we have a lot of things going on in our church to involve the community, not just in the summertime on Wednesday night, but throughout. That's been our goal the last 2 or 3 years. So, and we've really, again, have grown as a church. So I think it would just benefit the city also of having us in close communion with you guys. Anyway, so I'd urge you to consider this. Thank you much.
Thank you. Any other input, public or council, on this voluntary annexation? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve.
We have a first by Dean to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
I have a second by Preston. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no. That motion carries. Brings us to item 11.2. This is in consideration to approve amendment to the professional design services for the adventure park. This was continued on from last meeting. It was a paragraph that was inserted, but I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Ainsley, for the staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. After the last council meeting, there was some discussion about what at the time was number 5 in the items of the agreement. The council did approve that professional services agreement, and that design team has already begun work on that, but consistent with the direction from the council, the city attorney did revise that language and has offered up as an amendment to the agreement the following section that would be cooperation with interested persons. Consultant must cooperate with third parties identified by the city and may cooperate with third parties whom the consultant deems appropriate. I have provided that language or that amendment to the consultant, and the consultant has no concerns with that, if that is the language that the council deems appropriate.
Any questions for Daniel from City Council?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Marshall.
I need to apologize to my staff attorney because what may have appeared as unduly harsh commentary on the previous provision, I did not intend in any way to demean his efforts. I simply wanted to protect the city and its interests from a situation that may not have been favorable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve this amendment.
We have a first by Aaron.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Tony. Any last discussion, public or council, on adding the amendment to the Adventure Park design contract? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. Item 11.3, consideration of succession plan for an executive officer, city manager versus city administrator. Mr. Marshall, you were just getting warmed up when you started to talk, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, as what I would call an item of personal privilege, since I began working as your city attorney in July of 2021, the issue of whether the city of Sturgis should employ a city manager or a city administrator has been at the forefront of many public discussions, vitriolic public discussions, discussions that cast unnecessary aspersions upon members of city staff and were just generally a bad situation. I think with this succession plan, you have a new opportunity to address the direction in which you would like the city's executive leadership to go. You have essentially two choices. First, you can continue with the plan by which you employ a city manager. That plan was initially brought before the voters in 2007, and since that time, the city has functioned well, has achieved its goals, has grown the rally, has reduced tax revenue, has built substantial infrastructure, and has prospered in a way that is unlike any other community in the Northern Hills. Now, some of that is due to factors nobody can identify. Some of that is due to good staff. A lot of it is due to the leadership provided by the mayor and council and the way in which they have conducted business. A lot of it is also due to your confidence in hiring professional management to oversee the day-to-day operation of city government and implement the policies which you, in your sole discretion, deem most appropriate for the city. So before you, again, you have that chance. Do you want a city manager to oversee the operations of the city of Sturgis and implement council directive? Or would you prefer a city administrator to undertake those duties? It's my interpretation of what I'd call the enabling law of the state of South Dakota that you can direct your chief executive officer, be it a manager or be it an administrator, to do the will of the council. The primary differences, and they are significant, if not a lengthy list, is the person to whom the chief executive officer reports. If you have a city administrator, that person reports to the mayor. The mayor is solely responsible for hiring and firing. Now, a prudent mayor wouldn't act on his or her own, but would seek the input of council. But there is certainly no requirement in state law, municipal ordinance, or your policy and procedure manuals that impose that duty of consultation and advice and consent upon the mayor. As a result of that relationship, where a mayor hires and a mayor fires, you have marked instability in the management of city government. Professional management personnel are unlikely, or I should say less likely, to come to Sturgis or to come to any community where they know that they serve essentially at the will of the mayor. Because of that degree of instability, those persons typically command a higher wage. I can't quantify that higher wage, but that has been what my general research has shown. On the other hand, a city manager is a direct report and employee of the council. Instead of taking just a single vote, the whim of one person, so to speak, it takes 5 votes to remove a city manager from his or her office. That increased level of security tends to tamp down the salary demanded by management professionals. And because of the need for a majority of council to act, creates a more stable environment both for your city staff, for your council, and importantly for Sturgis, the rally, your rally sponsors, your rally vendors, and all of those developers who want to come and do business and help you grow your economic base and create the kind of community that you want to create for those people who live here. Those are the essential differences. Should it be, and when I say essential, there are lots of other differences, but I think they pale in comparison to those two. There has been discussion, substantial discussion among members of the Office of City Manager Subcommittee about who should make appointments to various city boards, outside entities, and related commissions. You retain the ability to direct who makes those appointments, whether you choose to hire a city manager or a city administrator. That is, in my opinion, entirely within your prerogative as to how you deem the best way is to run your committee, to run your community. It seems strange after a year and a half of fighting these fights that there is such a small difference between the two roles. But it's not my prerogative to tell you whether you should select a city manager as your next chief executive officer or whether you should select a city administrator. That is entirely within council's prerogative and not a subject that I intend to offer an opinion on unless you make me. And I can tell you right now, I have a pretty strong constitution and can resist a lot of arm twisting because it's simply not my role to tell you what to do. It's your role as the elected representatives of your community to make this choice. Having said all of that, I would be delighted to entertain any questions council may have on the subject.
Any questions for Mr. Marshall at this point in time from council?
You know, I have an opening comment, but I can wait till
Well,
those questions are complete.
any questions at all? And then we might have to come back to you, Mark, for clarity, but go ahead, Aaron.
You know, I know it's the intent to make the decision tonight. I do believe that we're kind of missing an opportunity to kind of listen and engage with the people in our community on this topic. We know this has been a topic that has, it's important now, it's been important to a lot of people for quite some time. And, you know, right now, as we have a vacancy that's coming up, I can't think of a better time to kind of roll our sleeves up and have this conversation. I do think, as I've listened and talked with, you know, some council members and people in our community over the last year plus, that everybody agrees that we want to have a chief executive officer. I think that's a win. Nobody is asking or wanting to go back to when we had a part-time mayor and a part-time council, really trying to manage the day-to-day activities with the department heads. It just wasn't working well for us, and I think the proof is in the pudding from since we've gone to a chief executive officer back in 2007. But I do think that if we were to kind of take a little bit of time, it may be a meeting or two, and have this conversation that ultimately there is a solution here that the majority of the people are probably going to get behind. And it's either going to be a city manager as it is, maybe with city manager with some changes based on what Mr. Marshall just told us, that might be some opportunities. It's a city administrator in its pure form, or it's a city administrator in its with modifications. You know, at this point, I'm really less interested in what that outcome is, more interested in what that process looks like. And that process, I think, would be beneficial. We kind of put this in our rearview mirror and kind of move forward as at least a more unified community if we kind of took a little bit of time. I do know that that decision's been made, that we're going to make that decision tonight. I just wanted to, you know, have some clarification out there, kind of where I was coming from and why. With that decision tonight, I think it would be helpful for me and probably other folks to have some clarity in an explanation on why we think it's necessary that we make that decision tonight.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from council at this point?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I have some comments, please. Thank you. I'd like to start off with reminding everybody, January 18th, 2022, that was the council meeting in which the council passed Resolution 2022-13 unanimously. That resolution was titled A Resolution in Support of the Office of City Manager. It was a 10-point document. A couple of those points, if I may. Number one, ensured the financial viability of the municipal government. 2, reduced reliance on property tax revenue to provide city services. 3, promoted new home construction. 4, capitalized on the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally to bring economic benefit to the residents of Sturgis. 5, made significant investments in the city's infrastructure. That's just half of the bullet points that were in that resolution. But I think that if we were to all go back and read that, what we passed 13 months ago, those facts, those statements still hold true. They still ring true. I also believe, Mr. Mayor, that the municipal election that occurred last April in 2022, it affirmed the office of the city manager. If we can go back in 2007, 2,000 voters turned out, and that was equal to about 64% of turnout of the voters at that time, and they voted to direct the council to hire a city manager. 15 years later, in 2022, I believe we saw the same result, although it's not a specific vote listing the city manager on the ballot. In the re-election of you, Mr. Mayor, and our other candidates, I think it spoke very loudly the direction that the voters of this community wanted to see us continue. That's the upward trajectory that we've been seeing of our community these last 11 years. I think that when you look at who we should have for our CEO of our community, that education and experience is imperative for that job. And when you hire a city manager, and using Mr. Ainsley as an example, you're getting somebody whose education was specific to management in public administration and his experience as well. I also believe that the City of Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, it adds a layer of complexity to our municipal government. It makes for a unique aspect to our city's government that someone with that experience and that education, they need that to handle those complexities. Finally, Mr. Mayor, continuity and institutional knowledge. We as leaders know how imperative that is to any organization. And I believe that those two things, continuity and institutional knowledge that a city manager brings, it has contributed to the success of our town these past 10 years. And having a city manager going forward, it will continue to guide the success of our town. I think also having a city manager, it would lessen the politicalization of a CEO. I think there would be greater accountability in reporting to all 9 council members rather than reporting and serving at the whim of a mayor. Again, it goes back to the question of continuity and institutional knowledge. So, Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the continuation of the office of city manager. Thank you.
Anything else from council at this point as we continue to discuss?
I would like to point out that resolution 13 months ago, a part of that resolution was we're going to establish a subcommittee that we reaffirmed about a month ago to be able to look at the balance of authority between the city council and the city, the position of city manager. So we've already reaffirmed that. I took that to mean that there may be some changes out there that we may want to implement. I'm not advocating right now that we go for a city administrator. There's a lot of good things I like about having a city manager. When we get into the process, I do have some questions. I do think there is some, we've talked about the roles of committees, and is committees like the infrastructure committee, the legal and finance, and the rallying events, is that a compatible process system with the city manager? We've had some discussion on that. I think we'll need some clarity tonight to assure if that's true or not. I have gone back out and looked at there's 5 other communities that have city managers. Interestingly enough, all of them, either they're a council or a commission, and all of them have the mayor nominates or appoints with advice and consent by the council for boards, commissions, and some committees. But on some of those communities, they don't have any committees at all. they have boards and commissions, but they don't have like a legal and finance. They don't have a public works. They don't have a rallying events. They don't have a public safety type of meeting. The ones that do have a committee they're very, there's not many of them, and they're definitely not discussing the things I just talked about. So if we can make changes with the city manager where the appointment is by the mayor with consent and advice from the council, and we're assured that the committees that we have or we choose to have in the future are going to be protected underneath a city manager style of government.
Anything else from the dais at this point in time?
I'm not sure it's time for me to speak just yet, but I will. I have been on the city council the majority of the city manager's tenure in the city of Sturgis. I was a business owner on both sides of the house. I know many business owners on Main Street that are on both sides of the house. I cannot name one individual on Main Street that would want to go backwards in our current endeavors. With that, the residents of Sturgis, it's been told, but it needs to be said again, we have the most economical community in the Black Hills region to live in. That's a fairly significant bullet. That's not me, that's not the mayor, that's not anybody on this council. That's a go-to bullet for Danielle Ainsley in the city manager position. I support city manager form of government.
Anything else at this point in time?
Well, I'm hoping I get some answers to a couple of the questions I've asked.
How about public input? Francie's coming. She's ready. Lucky you live close, right, with the storm.
Yeah, it's not hard to get here. I can walk home if the roads are bad. I was here a couple months ago and talked to you, and I think this is a huge opportunity for the city council to talk to the residents of this community. We spent time talking about that, about how are we going to let people know what's happening in our community. You are all aware of the city manager and city administrator form of government. When we voted on it in 2007, there was basically no discussion about the difference between the two. And I think there's a large number of people who don't know what it is. They say, well, why not do a city administrator? You've given some good reasons for a city manager. But why the rush? Why can't you have a city public meeting where the residents can come and talk to you, you can talk to them, you can give your reasons for your stands, and they can ask questions? I would venture to guess that many residents don't know that there's statute law that covers both of those positions. So tell them how to find it. Tell them what to read. I'm a teacher. You give people information so they can find out what works well, and they can make their own decisions. We've never had that conversation. And I read in the paper, and then heard tonight, that you did reaffirm the committee that was to determine how the city manager worked. Why don't you give them an opportunity to reach some decision? With all the city administrators in the state, I'm assuming many of them are working well, as are the cities with city managers. You have a Supreme Court decision that I think may come down. I don't know when it's going to be. They're very slow in getting it. But what's that going to mean to you? I really believe you need to have a public meeting, and I encourage you to do so. But I have a side comment. When I started working on this, I went to the city website, and I looked at the city council members, and they had your phone number and your website, or your email address. Many of the phone numbers were the city office. And all of the websites were City Hall. Now, I know some of you, I can find you, but if I don't know that, how do I figure out how to get hold of you and leave messages? I don't know. I tried a couple years ago to this and had the same situation. And maybe you don't want them to have your information, but do you then check with City Hall to find out what they've said? If that's not working, I think you need to work on it. Thank you.
I can respond to that, Francie. The reason that happened, that the phone numbers came off, was because of the death threats that the council received during the motorcycle rally. I took 3, 2 of them residents of the city of Sturgis. That's the reason. I mean, the amount of hate mail and the amount of hate phone calls that we received. I don't want my number out there. Actually, it is, because I really don't care. I'll support my view to anybody. But when the local residents threaten us, they know where I live. They can come to my house and we'll visit all day, any day they want. But, you know, I'm not going to stand behind a phone number being there and not being there. I'm available to any resident in Ward 2 just about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And if I may also, Mr. Mayor, I just want to back up what Councilor Bashan said, in that it was in response to the 2020 rally where we all received numerous death threats. And when you go to the website of Rapid City and Spearfish, their council members' phone numbers are not listed as well. But I have in public here on the stand put my phone number out there. It's 605-206-1888. I don't think any of us are, necessarily unwilling to speak to people, but I think that after that level of harassment that we received, that there needs to be also kind of a level of security that we can have from that.
I understand that. Then take the names and numbers off. Don't leave them on there. Other questions or comments? Thank you.
And I would just like to let you know that if someone calls and is trying to get a hold of you, what I have told my staff is that get their phone number so then you can call them back. So we don't stop them from not trying to talk to you guys. So when they do call and ask, and I was looking for you guys.
Other public input on the discussion of the Chief Executive Officer of the City of Sturgis. I think Aaron, one of the questions I have written down that you had was, why the decision tonight? I think the decision tonight can be crafted by this discussion, and I'm going to try to spur some more on at this point in time. But I think there can be the capability of at least trying to create the opportunity for the future employee to feel confident in what the City of Sturgis is doing one step at a time. I think that it's been stated that over the past year plus, this has been a discussion point. This is a public meeting. We tried to advertise it well and often. About 6 weeks ago, there was the public meeting where we did reaffirm the subcommittee, the city manager. That was an opportunity to speak. I guess at some point in time, there has to be the situation where it's not up to the city council to bring people here. It's an equal road of people come. We meet every other Monday, first and third Monday of the month. If it happens to be a holiday, it's the Tuesday like tonight. It's a situation where the process is in place where elected officials make decisions for the group of people, and the reason they are empowered to make those decisions is because of being elected. So as the information flows, it's rather difficult for just the council to stay up on information. It takes a lot of dedication for a part-time person dedicated to our community to be a part of the meetings, take everything in, sit up here on Mondays, make decisions, and then deal with those decisions both on the front side and the back side of that. But the process is in place for open discussion, whether it be tonight, tomorrow, over coffee. Those opportunities exist. So I guess the reason I want to make sure that we move this process forward is we can't afford to have a large amount of time where the transition management team is the city chief executive officer. It works, but it's less than it's far from an ideal situation as operations and efficiencies go. With this current situation at hand, I do view what the city council and city staff does will create a lot of things that move from the front burner to at least the middle burner, because it's going to be impossible to manage as we move forward with the multiple more meetings when one person now has become a group of people and those processes occur. At council's discretion is how the action happens. I would just, in my personal opinion, I think it makes sense to keep the train moving at the most efficient speed possible. And in order to do that, we have to solidify the position where the city council stands, because ultimately, unless it's referred, it's our call. So that's my answer to that question for sure. I think it is important we talk about it, so I welcome more input. I welcome discussions on it. I think that the opportunity exists now that we don't always have. And this is specific to something that has been a situation that has divided, created distractions for quite some time in our communities. So that's the purpose of what we're doing here tonight. The greater purpose of what the city council and elected officials do is do what's best for the community, keep moving it forward. And in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, Sturgis has done a very good job in the recent 15 years. So, other discussions? Mark, it's going to be pretty easy to write a resolution. Your bracket one is already pretty much filled out here with.
I simply await the council's
direction. Understood. Go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I guess I had a question for Mark. In the discussion of manager versus, and I'm Bill Phillips, by the way, but administrator versus manager, if say it's difficult to replace Mr. Ainsley anytime soon because of what's going on with the city manager position, is it possible to do an administrator in the interim, or what kind of action does that take?
I'll start to answer, Mr. Marshall, and please correct me when I'm wrong and jump in when you feel necessary. But the way our current policy and procedures, our Title VII, everything that's set up within the city of Sturgis, it's for the office of city manager. All that can be changed. All that can go through the process and change that. But in order to change an ordinance and to be consistent with our past practices, it would take a discussion agenda item where there's no action anticipated, yet staff provides a document that says this is the direction we've had thus far. Please give us better clarity and we'll write the specific ordinance. After that discussion meeting, there's a next meeting where the first reading occurs. If that first reading passes and the second reading comes and there's not substantial changes, then 20 days after that, it becomes an ordinance. So you're talking a couple months down the road to make those substantial changes from current practices to what you described as city administrator.
Sure. I'm just thinking, I mean, I've been involved in this process since 2007, and I don't want to see us go backwards. And I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said because I think everybody's on the same page. We need leadership. We got a lot of good stuff going on. And to me, we need to keep leadership educated, keep the community going forward. We got a lot of balls in the air right now, a lot of projects going on. And I don't want to see a delay in things just because we can't figure out which way to go. You know, to Francie's comment, when we originally did this, however many years ago, the problem was the current council at that time didn't realize they needed help. Well, here we are today. It's blown me away what we've accomplished in the last 12, 15 years. And this council knows you need help. So I think we just need to come together and figure out what the best solution for that is. And I think all these decisions can be solved in Title VII, can't they? With just writing that to how the council wants to direct management. And I think once we do that, we need to get behind the manager or the administrator so they have the support. I mean, we're losing a great chief officer right now. And I think some of that's just because of internal disagreements and not supporting him. You know, the council should be the face of the decisions, not the manager. That's not how that was ever intended to be. So I guess from a business owner, a citizen, a taxpayer, I just want to see us get some resolution and keep things moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Come on up, Bonnie. How's the knee? You d-
She says, and then didn't give.
Did you get a new one, or is it just the old one?
It's the old one. It's just getting better. Doing some serious PT. If I could be the poster child for public input, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that this council has been extremely good about allowing time for opposing opinions, uninformed input, the airing of ignorance, and the opportunity to teach. And I appreciate that. And it isn't your job to drag people to this table or to coffee or to your telephone. But the reality is every single meeting, there is that paragraph for anyone to express any concern, interest, or input on any topic, whether it's on the agenda or not. And I have certainly used that opportunity many times over, and sometimes I use it just because I wasn't quick enough on my feet when the moment was passing during the meeting, and you have tolerated that as well. I haven't been attentive, literally, for all of Daniel's tenure, but the period of time that I have been coming recreationally to city council meetings, there's been a real shift in my perspective. And while Dan and I don't always agree, I have never not respected and valued his expertise and his skill and his knowledge of financing and what he does. And we are sometimes very at cross purposes, and we have had times when we have had some serious trust issues. But we have wrestled that out, and at this point, you know, those constant reports of us just climbing, there's no denying that. And surprised as Daniel may be to hear me say this is a really sad loss to me that Dan is moving on. And I think that, yes, we have not always maximized opportunities for community input. We didn't do it, we tried to do it and didn't do it well on the Marquardt property. We did it better on the Adventure Park issue. We did it pretty well on the Lozelle Street intentions. I don't even know what to call it. And now we're doing it again on Junction. Yes, there have been times when Dan has run ahead of the council and gotten reined back, but that's the balance. That's how it works. I don't know what's in the name, because I think whatever person is in the position, they're going to function in the same manner. The only thing I can see in that name is that balance of security in reporting to the mayor, and the mayor being all powerful over the security of that job. So, you know, for that reason, that just makes sense to me, that by definition, the position of manager is a safer place for any and everyone to be. But the community has had opportunity, and I would encourage the community to exercise that more often. That, you know, my gosh, you know, I would sweat and stammer the first few times I came forward to you, and you know I wouldn't leave my chair, and coming to this microphone is hard for me yet today. But it's important to me to be heard, and you folks have given me the confidence to speak up. And people on the street who run into me in the post office or hear me talking to somebody else and say, "Are you Bonnie from the city council meeting?" You know, that my questions have been appreciated because my ignorance has been shared ignorance with others. And when you give me those answers, you give them to everyone. And I think that's been really important. I think Francie's right. I think that this is an opportunity to do some more public meetings and get more input on expectations on the position, but I don't think it's necessarily a time that we need to call for a change of the position. But for the community to feel like they do have some input and to be more encouraged to do that. But you folks have been so kind to me, and sometimes I'm way off the beam, and when you fill me in, then I realize I was way off the beam, and sometimes I think I'm right on it. And so I thank you for that. I thank the council for that. I thank Dan for his patience with me, and Dan and I have had some one-on-ones when I have to go and say, explain this to me, because it still is not adding up. And Dan, thank you for your patience with that. But I'm somebody who's kind of into that concept of public administration. That was the direction stuff was going originally, and I understand that there is a body of knowledge there. And I am always impressed with Dan's knowledge and ability to get us financed by hook or by crook, one way or another. He finds a funding option for us. Look at all the stuff we have not paid for. And so, proceed with caution. From the poster child.
Thanks, Bonnie. Other discussions?
And look at me walk upright.
Right.
Today.
Public or council?
Just to be on the record, we can discuss this for the next 6 months, and we'll have the same people talking at the microphone and up here. Nothing's going to change. Those that want it one way and those that want the other way are still going to be steadfast in their decision. Again, what we have works. I can't invent a better gasoline than what we have today. I'm not going to switch to diesel fuel just because it's there.
Other discussions? I think as far as clarity from Mr. Marshall, and please come forward if you so desire, but I'll fill the void here by talking, but I think discussions both from the public and the council at this point in time believe that it's a fair statement that we do have a good thing going, but that being said, improvements are always possible. And I think one of the points which you touched on initially was that just the committees is a major point where in the past we thought that it had to be one way, and so we did it that way, basically appointments by the city manager. Daniel took his direction from myself and president and vice president of the council could get to that point. But I think the opportunity exists to make that clear, that it comes from the council leadership, with input by the council, both on council committees and boards and outside committees and boards. I think that's well within our purview, and I think that's an opportunity to help bring the public into the fold on discussions in early parts of the situation. To Councilor Jordan's point, and I mean, I brought it up in non-public meetings, not here, I don't think, but when we've had committee meetings and things like that, I brought up the fact that we don't even have to have those committee meetings. We can sit up here at the dais and we can go through that process in front of everybody. That's certainly an opportunity that we can do. That's the way some communities do operate. Makes the process a little more tedious in the fact that initially things are brought forward as Bonnie's coined term, you need the bread. Things come to light and you change your mind, so council members have the risk of being on one side of the coin and then when it comes to the vote, being on the other side of the coin. But I think that's also, if people are engaged from the outside looking in, they would understand, hey, this was a process, and through that process, the final decision was made. So I think that risk is somewhat minimized because of that. But I think there's opportunity as we do move forward as leaders of this community and as a community that's growing, changing every day and getting better every day, the fact that we have to get somebody hired, someone to fill that spot. Daniel's leaving us very soon, and there's a lot of things to do. So that's my push, and I think the opportunity exists to both to solidify the position when someone wants to apply from the outside, saying the city of Sturgis is still moving forward. It takes a lot of people, a lot of dedicated people, both at staff, within the community, and on the council to get where we're at. The hole can be filled. It will be a process to do so, but I was a part of the hiring process of Daniel. I was on the council when David Boone was the first city manager. I mean, we've done this before, and now we're going to do it again because we have no choice. So as we move forward, I again welcome public input. We want to take your input, but in essence, I think time is of the essence to move forward as quickly as possible, to advertise a position and hopefully fill that position as quickly as we can, knowing that the process is going to take months no matter what.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, so just listening to when you're talking about the committees, when we look at having the city manager style of government, that is not inconsistent. There is no legal issue. There's no, I guess, when you look at the statute for the city manager, having these committees like legal and finance and the ones that we have, those are not risk. We can continue to have those committees function as they function to help, I guess, understand problems, understand opportunities, and then help, educate and provide advice to the rest of the council so we can provide good guidance back to city staff. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe so. That
Okay.
the committees are by our choice. It's not mandated at all in any codified law within Chapter 9 or 10.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Marshall? We lean on you for the legal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that is accurate. And I'd also like to call council's attention to earlier this year when I brought forward a report on the Office of City Manager Subcommittee and received direction from the council as a whole to revise that part of Chapter 7 dealing with the appointment of those committees. And my direction from the council at that time was unanimous. And but for my little health problem, I would have had that work product before you, and I anticipate having it before you in the near future.
Do you know that we when we talked about making a decision tonight that we wanted to maintain status quo for 12 months? But what I'm hearing tonight is that we are going to make the changes in that relationship, particularly the appointments on who, with the mayor, with consent and advice of as a part of this motion, to go forward with the city manager, but with that change, and understand we're going to have to now go through the process of Title VII review and ordinance review, which will take a couple months. But it looks like we have consensus with the council now for that particular change. So when we go out to do the announcement and we're crafting, qualification standards and duties and responsibilities for that position, that would be clear. We just need to tie up Title VII to reflect that.
I'd agree with all that. Yep, for sure, Aaron.
How would we address Title VII, though, without an ordinance review? And to tie that back to the city attorney's report, item D of paragraph 2. Pardon me, let me rephrase that. Paragraph 1, item F, number 4.
Of which document?
Of the city manager's, or the city attorney's report, says commit not to change the responsibilities of the position for 1 year. So as I read that, am I correct that if we move on a resolution for 1 year, we don't make any changes?
No, I think there would be folly from the council. I think it would be folly on behalf of the council to authorize the hiring of a city manager, but during the recruitment and selection process, vary the duties of that office. As an alternative, and recognizing the great council interest in it, I would suggest that those duties, as far as committee appointments, which seem to be at the top of everyone's list, be accomplished before the job description is posted on the city website.
So still, how do we adjust Title VII without adjusting Title VII, Mark?
I think I just said we implement the report that was unanimously approved and have that drafting take place.
So start a Title VII revision process.
No. We have reviewed the committee appointment process. You've given me direction as to who should appoint the committees, and implement that process is what I'm suggesting.
Within Title VII, though, is what.
Within Title VII, as well as within policy and procedure, because we have found that those conflict.
Correct.
So basically, we're looking at a consecutive action here. On one hand, we come up with a resolution tonight, the city manager with the changes, with the appointments and how the appointments go through. And then we start the process to update through the ordinance process, Title VII. Okay.
Does that spur any further discussion from the public? Questions, comments, concerns? How about further council input?
Are we going to roll call this?
Sure.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I know I've talked to Tony about this, and there are people out there that would prefer a city manager or city administrator. I also, from my experience at least, the primary issue has been they just felt that the city manager position had just too much authority. And I think a lot of that came back down to appoint the committee assignments. And it's not to say that you kind of already articulated what that process was. He may have done the appointments and the removal, but that came from guidance from, yourself and the president and the vice president. But this really clears it up, because sometimes optics really do matter, and perception is reality for those people. So I would, when I'm talking to the audience and the people that are listening, is that, that change I think is pretty significant when it comes down to us moving forward. Because if there's one issue that people are passionate about are those committees. and being involved in communities and having members of our community be part of that, as stakeholders in helping us understand where we're at, where we want to be, and providing that input. Once we make decisions, those committees are pretty important to help us sell and educate and communicate to the rest of the community on what we're trying to do. It's not a top-down thing necessarily. It's a team effort, all the way from the city staff, the council, and those committees. I do think that this compromise that we've worked out tonight, having the mayor appoint committees, boards, and commissions with advice and consent from the council, goes a long way in addressing the majority of the people that I've talked to's issues. So, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I'd actually have one additional question that helps define different pieces of this, and I think it segues into the committees that Aaron, I believe, has been communicated to me as important from the public that us as counselors are responsible to and we're elected by, and that is the administration of affairs. That's not really clear through the SDCL and does not give us a straight path forward. Does administration affairs stop at day-to-day activities? Does it include new items? Does it include proposals and those sorts of things? And, if those items actually come up through committees or if they have a separate path that they take. But I think some of those items are tied to our committees in that that's where we've somewhat wrongly, somewhat rightly received a bad rap as a community on different pieces.
I think you better make an example, Kevin.
An example?
Yep.
Well, I can only identify South Dakota Codified Law 9-10-15. And item number 2 in there is shall make recommendations to the governing body. But item number 2 in that also says shall supervise the administration of affairs. And so that's my question is where does the supervision of affairs start and stop?
I think part of that comes from the direct reports, and I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but between the direct reports to council and then the separation from the office of city manager and the rest of the employees. As far as it ties to the committees, I believe where they fall within the structure would be where that direction would come from, whether it be a direct report from council or a direct report to the city manager. Daniel, you're going to add something there, but I think it depends on the employee for the administration of affairs is my opinion. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, in response to that, I think the incumbent, in this office primarily looks at what the job description, the policies and procedures, and then also those resolutions that the council adopts at the beginning of each year. That really outlines what the duties that this position is supposed to complete on a day in and day out basis. When there's an item that comes that is outside that scope, whether it's for rally activities that are new, those are things that are directed by the Rally and Events Committee. Now, there might be ideas or initiatives that the staff brings forward or the Downtown Foundation or whatever else, but ultimately those ideas then are brought forward to the Rally and Events Committee, and then they're either budgeted or there's direction given to say proceed or whatever else. But this position really should be guided by the job description, the policies and procedures, and then all those resolutions that you pass on the first Monday of each January. And so as you're crafting this position, I would really recommend that in the next several weeks, you look at those 3 documents and make the revisions so that whoever assumes this position is fully aware of what, on a day-to-day basis they should be doing and what they should just be presenting as concepts to the council for them to ultimately give direction.
I have not heard from very many citizens today, but I've heard from a lot of businessmen, business persons, 3 of which are in the audience tonight. I don't think anybody wants to go backwards.
Any further discussion? Council or public? Questions from you, Mr. Marshall, as you put together this resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can return to council within a very short time and have a proposed resolution for each of you to read and review and consider based on the conversation that I've heard.
Last chance for comment at this point in time. With that being said, I'll call a recess. We'll give you a couple minute warning before we come back into regular session here, but we'll call a recess as Mr. Marshall prepares a resolution. Copies of the resolution have been passed out to council, so I'll give the opportunity to read those. We'll also include that on the overhead screens. I know it's difficult to read, but that is included there, but we'll give a little bit of time to read the resolution. And I guess for the record, I could just read it into the record as we're reading. Resolution 2023-20, resolution authorizing the recruitment of an executive officer. Whereas a municipal election was held in the city of Sturgis on April 10th, 2007, and whereas on April 16th, 2007, the Sturgis Common Council canvassed the votes from the April 10th, 2007 election and found a ballot initiative to employ a city manager in the city of Sturgis passed with 1,224 votes in favor of employing a city manager and 768 votes in opposition to the measure. And whereas after the official canvassing, the Sturgis City Council employed a city manager and continues to do so. And whereas on January 18th, 2022, the Sturgis Common Council adopted Resolution 2022-13, a resolution in support of the office of city manager. And whereas in the resolution, the Sturgis Common Council strongly affirmed its support and its use of the office of city manager within its municipal organizational staff. And whereas February 6, 2023, the Sturgis Common Council adopted Resolution 2023-17, as which it reaffirmed its support and its use of the office of city manager within the municipal organizational staff. And whereas on February 6, 2023, City of Sturgis City Manager Daniel Ainsley departed the city manager office effective as of April 7, 2023. And whereas the Sturgis Common Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the residents of the city of Sturgis and the best interest of the city itself that the Sturgis Common Council recruit and hire a city manager to succeed Mr. Ainsley. Therefore, it hereby resolved and the city attorney revised municipal ordinances and public procedures to provide the mayor appoint members of the outside boards, commissions, and the city council committees based on input from the members of the Sturgis Common Council. It is further resolved that the duties of the City of Sturgis City Manager are as described in South Dakota Statute, City of Sturgis Municipal Ordinance, and the City of Sturgis Policy and Procedure Manual, as well as the job description for the position. And it is further resolved that the City of Sturgis Common Council must not change, alter, or amend the duties of the city manager for a period of 18 months from the posting date of the City of Sturgis website. And it is hereby resolved that the City of Sturgis Director of Administrative Services recruit highly qualified applicants for the position of city manager for the City of Sturgis. And further resolved that this resolution is subject to referendum within the meaning of that term under the laws of the state of South Dakota and with the within the meaning of SDCL 920-7. That is the resolution that we brought forward per the discussion. Open it up to discussion from council.
You know, on the page 1 at the bottom, where therefore is hereby resolved that the city attorney revised municipal ordinance, that the mayor appoint members of the outside boards, commissions, and city councils based on input. Input, I'm not real clear. You know, that means that you're going to take some input, but you don't necessarily need to take it. What we talked about was advice and consent. Definitely the consent side of it. I would feel more comfortable with it. The input seems more ambiguous on, not necessarily allows the mayor to maybe, you know, just to make that appointment without necessarily having consensus.
So your verbiage that you brought forward, Aaron, was appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent from Common Council.
I think, couldn't you put based on the input and consent from the members of the Sturgis Common Council? Could we put consent there? Input and consent?
Yeah. I think the key thing is the
Yeah.
consent.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Advice, input, pretty much the same thing.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
But it has some clarity in.
Advice and consent, maybe strike input?
Either one.
Okay.
Works. You know, on the report, we did talk about no change for 12 months. Now we're looking at 18 months. I'm not saying that we need to make changes.
Right.
you know, with some of the compromise that we made, but we do have that that subcommittee still that might look at, you know, I guess maybe it's specific just to the, Mr. Marshall, just to the city manager position, not necessarily other parts of Title VII.
Correct. And from posting date of the job. So, go ahead, Mark, you're trying to
Okay.
reach for your microphone.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, yep.
That 18-month suggestion represents a compromise based on the tension between providing some measure of certainty to the applicants who will know that they have a position that's defined, and the council's ongoing need to serve the needs of its constituency by making changes as council deems appropriate. The 18 months is a suggestion that was generated in consultation with our personnel person and represents our best judgment as to how to serve the needs of the community. Having said that, it is of course within council's prerogative to adopt whatever time frame you deem appropriate.
And so that post date was from the time that we would make the updates and go through the first reading, second reading, and publishing of the change to the ordinance 7.
Correct.
That's the post date we'd be looking at, so a couple
Yep.
months down the line.
Yep.
It's, I know one time, it took about 6 months to fill the position last time.
Which is pretty fast.
Right, which may be consistent, so, you know, 18 months may be a good compromise there in terms of, we know that we're not gonna fill that position probably by the time we
Right.
close the deal on the change to Title VII. Okay.
So the recommendation that I was making with regards to that timeline was from the job posting. So 18 months
posting.
from the date that the job is posted. And the idea is that you'd have about 6 months to recruit in an absolutely perfect world. And then this person would operate for a year under the guidelines that you have set forward now. And you're not changing it. If we do it a year from now, then you could be changing it 3 to 6 months into their tenure, and they really are just still getting their feet wet.
No, that makes sense, Lisa, thank you.
And I think too, you know, especially if you have someone new moving into the community, then that, you know, takes into consideration the changes and the effort that they've made to be here. So 18 months from posting puts us almost to 2025. So I think I'm okay. I'm comfortable with 18 months.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
It's my understanding that a resolution is only good for 12 months. Can we have clarification on that? I mean, because not that I'm intending, and this is a slight digression from the discussion, but I mean, we're tying ourselves to an 18-month piece that the resolution is only good for 12 months on?
I think
Go, use your microphone though, Mark, so we can hear you.
I think this resolution contemplates that it would extend beyond the 1-year period because all of the activities in the resolution can't be accomplished in that time frame. So I'd be happy to revise it to provide a date certain for it to expire, but I don't believe the point that has been raised affects the operation of the resolution.
I was only interested in the clarity on it, thank you.
How about public input? Anybody need a copy? Could read it up there. Well, per the discussion, there is a slight change in some verbiage. Is there any in addition?
Better restate the change.
The presented verbiage change has to do with the last paragraph on the first page. Therefore, it is hereby resolved that the city attorney revise municipal ordinance and policy procedures to provide that the mayor appoint members of outside boards, committees, and city council committees based on advice and consent from the members of the Sturgis Common Council.
Works for me.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2023-20, the resolution authorizing the recruitment of an executive officer with the addition and correction that you just read.
We have a first by Becca with the verbiage change.
I'll second.
There's a second by Preston. Any further discussion, council or public? With a first and a second on the floor for the resolution, we'll go ahead and roll call this. Preston, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
I'm yes. Mike,
Yes.
Angela,
Yes.
Tony.
I just have a quick statement. The only reason my vote's going to be what it is because of the people that I've spoke to the last week and a half, and my vote is going to be no.
Becca.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-20 passes 8-1. Brings us to 13.2 on the agenda, which is the appointment of the interim management team. Included in the packet is the Mr. Marshall's report, but I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Marshall.
It's my understanding, and I thank you for the opportunity once again to speak, Mr. Mayor, that in the past, when presented with a circumstance where it was necessary to temporarily fill the office of the city manager, that council has appointed a management committee comprised of department heads and direct reports. It's my understanding that you, Mr. Mayor, have offered a slate of candidates to fulfill those roles, and that management committee would report directly to council leadership. The members of that interim management committee are Public Works Director, are suggested, I should say, I don't want to get ahead of myself, suggested to be Rick Bush, Public Works Director, Lisa Katzenstein, Administrative Services, Police Chief, Jody Vandewater, Communications and Public Relations Director, Deb Holland, Budget and Finance Officer, Faye Bueno, and myself as City Attorney. I understand it is your recommendation, Mr. Mayor, that be adopted as providing the most efficient and at the same time transparent way to address city business during this interim period.
That's correct, Mr. Marshall. I think it's fair to state under codified law, the requirement that the mayor is the only allowed council member to be part of that committee. As we've talked about that in the past. Am I still correct in that statement?
I believe that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
I think also that flow of information from that interim management team, a key point to that is what you also stated for the fact reported back to council leadership. That includes myself, president and vice president. From that point in time, it'll be up to the leadership to disperse that information across council and try to keep efficiencies gained. It's something we've done in the past. In 2011 is when we underwent this process before. So I think it's a situation where it does at least gives the capability for the city to move forward, continue on with projects and day-to-day business and fulfill the position as when the time is right. The council have anything for questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
comment.
please go ahead.
You know, from a timing perspective, this is probably as good as a time to go through this kind of transition with the management team. We're not having any elections for the council, so we're going to have stability in the council until May of next year. Our department heads and our key city staff have been in the position for a long time. We all have a huge amount of trust in that team. I mean, we got some great team here, a lot of continuity, been with this community a long time, have the community's best interest at heart, are good team players, will work well together, work well with our leadership team. To kind of address, like, Bill, when you were talking about, where we're at and continue moving the ball forward, some of the key things, when we had their infrastructure committee here last week, talking with Daniel as we're working that transition, I mean, there's actions that we need to continue moving forward. I think we have the right people in place as we continue to try to reduce the amount of stress when it comes down to, not having enough homes. And so those are actions that we're still going to continue to work. And again, I think we got a great team in place. And again, from a timing perspective, you probably couldn't ask for a better time in terms of that continuity for the next 18 months than right now.
Thanks, Aaron. Other input, public or council, on the team that will compromise the office of city manager until after Mr. Ainsley leaves and until we have the new position filled. I believe we will have some action on this if there's a motion that someone's willing to make.
I make a motion to accept this management team as outlined by Mr. Marshall.
We have a first by Aaron.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Tony. Any last discussion, public or council? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We have our transition interim management team in place. Item 14 is executive session. Pursuant to personnel, legal contracts, marketing, and security are the new state laws within the confines of executive session. Mr. Marshall, I will make the assumption with agenda items coming post-executive session that action may and can be anticipated from the council.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion to go to exec from anyone?
So moved.
The first by Mike.
Second.
The second by Preston. All those in favor of executive session, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no.
Now you all got to stay outside till we're done.
It's 9:05. We're back on live. All right, we're back, returning to regular session. It is 10:32. 15.1 is next on the agenda. Information only, no action required. Read into the record. 15.2 is consideration of additional termination payment. This is a personnel matter. Upon discussion, no action at this time by council is where we're going to land, unless someone makes a motion to differ to that. But as per discussions, as per direction, as per a personnel matter, at this point in time, no further action required. Brings us to item 16, other matters before council. Opportunity for Bonnie to add, subtract, multiply to the agenda at 10:30 at night.
Better than 1 a.m.
Right? Sure. Keeping you short. You got a long list there, I see.
I will come out there and slap you.
I just want to say that what you did tonight was...
It is, yep. I think it is. There we go.
What you did tonight is a really fine example of kneading the bread, and I appreciate that. Not by terminology, but by process. I just, you know how important I think that is. And you really did open the door for input, and you addressed that issue of committees, and nobody comes out and says it, but the issue of committees has always been that you have to be one of the good old boys or you're not going to have an opportunity for input there. And I think you've addressed that and that balance of power. And so I really appreciate that you see that, you saw that, and you did it. At the same time, I think what went on tonight opens up a real opportunity for you to bring more people to the input side of things. And even if it comes down to each council member makes a phone call and invites one of their constituents to, hey, why don't you come to the meeting tonight? Just come, just be there, just see what we do. You know, that kind of process can really bring people in town who are outsiders to the process that you do here on board with what you're doing. And I mean, and I just have to go back to say, look at the difference it made with me and Shirley. You know, Shirley was so again what you guys were doing. And I was so blindly on the other side of it. But, you know, Jack Pratt and his wife, you know, no lean, no fat. It's been a really good process for me and a really good experience for me to understand more about what goes on in town and how it happens. And I think people are listening more because of the questions we raise, and a really good process for me to come on board with understanding better what Dan's up against and has been up against and what he's done for us. And so I do have an odd little thing here that I love it, but I can't remember it on my own. And I don't know whether it's still here or not. But give me about 2 seconds to bring it back up again, because I think it has a message for you. I had it up and then it went away. This is a quote by Edwin Markham, and it goes, he drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic, rebel, a thing to flout. But love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle that took him in. And it's that key last line. I think you've got to draw a circle that takes them in, and you will have a lot less resistance. So I just encourage you to find ways to invite more people to come forward or to get online or to listen and to question, because I think it makes all the difference in the world. And I think we do have the strongest council I've seen since I've been coming to these meetings, and you guys are so smart about what you're doing and so considerate about what you're doing. Way to go. But thank you for what you did here tonight, because I think it was really important. And I hope people were out there paying attention to it.
Thanks, Bonnie. Thank you. Any other matters, council or public? How about a motion to adjourn, anyone?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Got a first by Aaron,
Second.
second by Dean. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We're adjourned. 10:38.